Hello, 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 hello. Good morning. Hello. Good morning.
Hi, David. Can you hear me fine?
Hi, Shruti.
Hello. Should we get started or should we wait for 1 or 2 more minutes?
Okay, Shruti.
Okay, I will just share my screen then. I hope you can see my screen and you can hear me fine. I just quickly check the chat if someone.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Okay. Yeah. So, hola everyone. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon from wherever you are joining this session. So I'll just quickly walk you through today's agenda and I'll introduce myself. Just short introduction. So firstly, I would like to thank MS Clouds Events for organizing such a great community at Mexico. I hope you are enjoying it. And so today, let's just talk about few of the things related to, Microsoft Teams building application. Microsoft Teams provides you that platform wherein you can go ahead and create custom apps and not just out of the box ones. You can create your own custom apps. We'll look into this in detail. I'll just follow up with the agenda as well. But this is just a short introduction that what will be my session today about. So today I'll be walking you through how you can create custom apps using Teams toolkits, which is a really great tool if you are building Teams application. So we'll just go through. And yeah, a short introduction about me. So my name is Shrushti Shah, and I work as cloud consultant at Rapid Circle. And majorly, my role involves to develop, automate, and create Azure resources using Azure infrastructure as a code. And apart from that, I do spend some time in creating apps, building apps in for Microsoft Teams, which are meeting apps or different kind of apps which we build. And apart from that, I speak at various community events and conferences at national level and international level. And I have also been awarded as C Sharp Corner MVP twice. So yeah, that's about me. And I would like to thank all our sponsors for giving us the opportunity to speak and sharing our knowledge, basically. I hope you will enjoy the session. So let's just deep dive. Okay, so when I talk about custom apps or Teams apps, basically we all are aware that we can use some applications on Teams which are out of the box ones like Power Apps, Power Automate, Approvals, Azure DevOps, Azure Pipelines. These are all different kind of apps which are ready to use, available, created by Microsoft, and you can use it for your different business scenario or different use cases. But what if I want to create my own application? Let's say I want to just create an app which will pull up that all the holidays, probably all the holidays of my country. I just want to have my app. And you can have the simple scenario, any simple scenario which you have or any use case which you have in mind, and you want to create an app for that, how you can go ahead and create. So there are different types of meeting apps which we'll go through. So that is what Teams meeting apps. So today what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you different Teams meeting apps which you can create, and we'll create one such meeting app which is a side panel meeting app. And if you don't have so much hands on creating apps, then how you can create as well. So we have different samples, GitHub samples which are available, and you can use that as a starting point, and then you can just layer your own functionality and create your own stuff, customize it according to your scenario, and you can use the same sample, but you can have your own custom scenarios as well. So we'll talk about it as well. Apart from that, how we are going to create this app. So as I mentioned, we'll create it using Teams Toolkit. And what exactly is this toolkit? How you can use it? How you can just follow the steps of Teams Toolkits? We'll see that. That is the agenda. And apart from that, the first point which says create apps using Power Apps and using Toolkit. So basically, when you think about apps in Teams, so what is the first thing which come to your mind? Definitely Teams apps. But apart from creating custom JavaScript based or NPM node module based app, you also have the flexibility to create apps in Power Apps like model driven apps or Canvas apps. So how you can use that existing Power App if you have Canvas app and that into your Teams meeting, that also we'll see. So let's just go through all of this. And I don't have much slides for you because I'm going to demo everything right in this session. So before we just jump to our demo screen, I'll just walk you through what are the prerequisites when I talk about creating Teams custom app. And this is what I'm talking about. You are creating a JavaScript node module based application, NPM managed application. Just like if you have some knowledge on SharePoint framework, this is something similar. Teams app also uses JavaScript, TypeScript for creating as an underlining technology. Okay, so let's just look at the basic requirement which you will need before you kickstart creating an app. First thing is Teams Toolkit, because that is an extension wherein you can create your own a custom app, or you can use samples which are available and built on top of those samples. Definitely, we are talking about Teams apps, so you'll need Microsoft Teams. Apart from that, we'll need Node.js. If you don't have Node.js installed in your local machine, you will need that. You just install the latest Node.js version, which is mentioned, version 16. And also NPM manager. That is the node package manager, wherein we are going to install those Node.js based packages, which which will help this Teams creating Teams app. So there are packages like Teams JS SDK, which we are going to use to build this solution. And any of the Chrome or Edge platform, just if you want to run it locally, debug it, so you can just use that. And if you are hosting your app in Teams web, then definitely you will need the browser and Visual Studio Code, or any of your choice. You can use any code platform of your choice. So these are the simple prerequisites which you will need before you create a Teams app. Apart from that, what else you will need? So when we talk about Teams, definitely you need a user account, Teams access, user account. So that is what a Microsoft 365 account. So when I talk about Microsoft 365 account, if you are developing Teams app, then you will need some more broader permissions. For example, let's say you will need some permissions on Team Admin Center, or if you don't have permissions on Team Admin Center, then whenever we'll deploy the app on Teams Admin Center, your Teams admin needs to publish that app so that you can perform some actions or debug it on your Teams team whenever you install that app. If you don't have Microsoft 365 account, you can leverage the free version of your Microsoft 365 version, and you can leverage via M365 developer program. You can just go ahead and sign up and you will get your whole Microsoft 365 account set up. If not, and if you are a part of some organization, you can also have free tenants available, which might be of around 90 days or 1 year. You can leverage those as well. Apart from that, you will need Azure account. You will say, oh, why I would need Azure account while I'm working with some a web application. So Azure account is needed because if you are trying or testing out your application on local, then it is okay, fine. But if you are deploying your solution, then this app will be deployed as a web app in your Azure, and then this will be hosted into your Azure along with some other infrastructure. Like if you are hosting a bot, if you are hosting a tab, that will be a web app. If you're hosting a bot, then that will be Azure bot service. And apart from that, it will also need some Azure AD apps so that you can get access with the graph permission and manage identities. So something like that. We'll see what all infrastructure is going to be deployed if you are using Teams Toolkit. And this is for SharePoint collection. So if you are creating apps on SharePoint, then that is just SharePoint admin rights are required. So definitely you can create your apps based on SharePoint framework as well. And that is why I've mentioned here that SharePoint admin rights you will need. You can have your app hosted in your SharePoint admin, SharePoint app, and then you can add it to Teams. That is also possible. So let's just walk through all of this in the live demo. So I'll just quickly show you. Okay. So when I talk about Teams Toolkit, so I'll just go through the Visual Studio Code. So Teams Toolkit, as I mentioned, is an extension you use in your Visual Studio Code. So this is the Visual Studio Code, and this is a Teams Toolkit. Now, how will you install this? You can just go to the extensions, and you can just search for Teams Toolkit. You can grab the latest version of the Teams Toolkit. So when you go through this Teams Toolkit, you can read the broad documentation about it. It says that you can create Microsoft apps based using this toolkit. You can see a beautiful GIF which shows and how you can create the app and what all features it has. And it also shows what all type of apps you can create, be it tab, a bot, a messaging extension, a task module, and a number of applications. Like these are the three different major criteria when I talk about Teams app. And the prerequisites, just like I mentioned, a Node.js, which needs to be installed, accounts, Microsoft 365 account and Azure account. And also these are the simple just steps which says how you can create your project and configurations. So we are not going to look into this because we have our toolkit ready here. So we'll explore this. So now when I'll just show you the solution so that you all would be more, you can understand it more. So let me just go to the solution and toolkit. So this is a toolkit and this is my repository. This is a solution of Hello World in Meeting. Now how I have built this solution, I went to Teams Toolkit. I just saw a few of the samples. So here when I go to the samples, I'll see few of the samples related to tab, related to meeting app, related to messaging extension bot, and some of the custom scenarios like to-do list and a few graph connectors, talk update. These are the few custom scenario-based applications. So if you have a vanilla, so this thing will act like a vanilla playground for you. Let's say you want to create a side panel app and you don't know how you should go ahead and create a side panel app. So there are two ways to create it. You can create a new Teams app and then you can just select a Teams app or you can start from a sample. If you select create a new Teams app, then you should know what kind of app you are trying to build. So let's say you are trying to build a meeting app. So definitely meeting apps are of different types. But when I talk about side panel, it is a tab. Okay. So this I'll select tab and then I'll have to follow a few of the steps which will create a tab for me and add it into my project. Okay. This is the one way. The other way is just go ahead and select this app and you'll see a button create and you can view the sample as well on the GitHub so that you can go through the code, etc. You can once you create and then you can just give your folder name and it will have the whole solution wrapped up for you. So these are the two ways you can have your solution, app solution ready. So now as you see, I have this app solution unfolded and what all I see here is this is a folder called FX. So I'll come to this bit later. There is one more called as VS Code. This is just for when you test something through Toolkit, you have to launch. There are a few settings. These are related to VS Code extension, which we are using right now. So, and the other thing is build. So this folder will only come up once you have builded this whole solution. Before, once you just kickstart or create a new solution, you will not see this folder. The main focus for the app should be the app capability, which will be either a bot or a tab or a messaging extension. So right now, I mentioned that we are going to create a Teams meeting app. So Teams meeting app, definitely you see from the screen that this is a tab and there are different layouts. So let me just go through this and let me just talk about few of the layout of the meeting. So there are different type of meeting apps. One is personal scope app. So whenever you go to your Microsoft Teams, I just go through the Teams. This is my Teams. I will add an app in my personal scope, which is in the left navigation bar. Let's say meeting app, any meeting app, any app I can just pick up this one. And if I just add it, then it will be added as a personal scope app. But when you want to add it to your meeting, you will need a team chat, right? Or a team meeting. So this is the meeting which I have created. And inside the meeting, I'm going to manage apps, and I've uploaded my app. And I've uploaded this as a custom app. Do you see in the bracket there is a custom one? Why? Because I see this, because I've uploaded using, I've side loaded this app. I've uploaded this custom app right from here and not from the Teams admin center. That is why it is showing me in the bracket that it is a custom app, it is a side loaded app. Once I have the app in my meeting, then I can add it as a tab right from right here. So that is how this is one stage wherein I just show. This is the pre-meeting stage wherein you can see the tab has been rendered. If I go to the meeting, I'll have few layouts. One is side panel, one is stage view, and one is meeting notification. So this is the side panel, right? And if I just uh, once this is shared, this is a side panel. And if there is one more type of layout called as in meeting notification, wherein that usually happens through bot. So whenever you click on some button and invoke that URL, which that in meeting notification URL needs, then it will pop up on your screen, which is in meeting notification. So it will be shown something like this on your screen. This is a notification. It will pop up right inside your meeting to all the attendees. And this is the side panel wherein all the attendees or all the users can use this app from the meeting like this from the app section. The third type of layout is a stage view. So this is the stage view. You can create your apps based on stage view as well. So the stage view apps looks like something like this, and how it usually it is. So you can create your side panel app and you can share that to the stage as well. That is one type of sharing to stage. The other type of app is you can just have your, you can just share a specific part. So for, let's say I have this app, I just want to share one part of the app to the stage. So I would I have to use some APIs behind the scenes, which will just share only that section to my stage. So these are the different type of meeting stages app which you can create. So let's just see in the toolkit now, and we are trying to build this app, a side panel app. So let's just see in the toolkit how we can create. So in the toolkit, you can see some sections here. There are a few sections. One is accounts, environment, development, and deployment. So everything right from creating your app, building your app, deploying and provisioning your app, everything resides under this toolkit. That is why it makes a developer's life easy, that they can just create apps and just focus on the scenario and not the provisioning and deployment stages. So let's just see what accounts it uses. So for whenever you will come to Teams Toolkit, you will need Azure account and your Microsoft 365 account. So you have to be logged in using that. And to your Azure, you should have some permissions to a resource group, because whenever the Azure infrastructure will be provisioned, it will provision in your resource group. So you'll need some permissions. At least you should be a resource group contributor or a resource group owner. And definitely, as I mentioned, you should be either, if you don't have Teams admin rights, you should have rights or access or a license of Microsoft Teams. That's it. And then you can just package your app and then upload it into your meeting as well, just like how I did. So this is the account section. Coming to the environment section. So definitely whenever we plan for deployments, there are a few phases. One is test, staging, and different type of production, non-production deployments happening around. So you can manage all those environments right here. And based on your environments, this FX Teams Toolkit will create an FX folder for you. And this FX folder will hold all the different type of states and the values of your accounts. So if I open this states file, I see that these are my solution details, which it is holding, like Teams tenant ID, subscription ID, and the studio, like the tenant ID of the Teams and the Teams app ID. Also the front end, which is the bot, because it is deployed as a web app into a storage account, it will have an endpoint. And definitely you will need an identity, which is a managed identity, which will access that particular resource. So this is how your team's states looks like, and you will have multiple states based on the different environments. Probably you have prod, so this gives you flexibility that okay, these are my testing accounts. What if I log out of this account and then log in through my production account? Then it will store, whenever you'll provision or deploy, it will store that in a new file called as states.prod.json, so that you have all your states, all your useful information or keys intact to that particular environment, and you don't mess up with all those environments. Something similar, this is a subscription info. This is for dev. You can have for different environments as well. So these are what states does. Configurations basically gives you the flexibility that you can configure your name of your application. So if you see the schema it is using, this is just Teams FX schema, the description and the manifest. So whenever, you all must be aware that whenever you upload a Teams app, there is an icon and a manifest. That package, you, if you don't know, then I can just show that this is the app package, which is the utmost important, which holds the two icons, the outline version, the colored version, and the manifest file. This manifest is important because this has the data or the Teams related information for your Teams app. So this manifest has your app name, your app details, just like how you see the name of your app and the description. So I am not hard coding it right in the manifest, but I am having a different file which is holding the name of the app for me. And even if you want to add, you can go ahead and add description, just like. And this is very intelligent. You can just have the useful suggestions as well from the toolkit, and you can just go ahead and add. See, just like how I'm getting the suggestions, full name, and if I just go ahead, short name. Just like this, you can have your app name defined here, description defined here. Another important thing is project settings. So when I come to this project, I have a tab and I have some Azure infrastructure. So this is how my solution looks like, right? So this solution project settings is for the Teams solution, Teams toolkit to understand what all capabilities I have in my solution. So right now I only have tab, right? If I would have added another feature, I can also add a few features like tab with bot. I'll just show that. Now let me just go to the templates and add. And if I go to add features, so even if I have a tab already, I can also add another feature to this solution, whichever I want, like a messaging extension, bot, tab, or any different kind of bots, be it command bot, or if I also want to deploy or add some Azure infrastructure features, like sometimes you have to store some data in the database, which like you want to create a backend for your application, then you definitely will need an infrastructure. And for that reasons, toolkit provides you few of the infrastructure components like functions, database, key vault, and API management. API management is basically if you are dealing with or handling graph APIs, you will use this. Database, like I mentioned, if you are using bot, then definitely you will need you have to log all your bot information and messages. You will need SQL database. Keyword, just to handle all your key with respect to bot secret or client ID, app secret. And functions, if you are not using Restify or APIs, Restify APIs, but if you are using an HTTP trigger APIs using Azure function, then you will need this kind of Azure infrastructure. So definitely you can add features as well, just like how I showed it. Let's just jump back to our previous discussion, which is project settings. So this shows you what this project holds. So right now my project holds a capability called tab, and which are the active plugins I'm using. These plugins are basically whatever I am using in my solution. These are the plugins which are added by default. So if you go to your templates and Azure, you will see an infrastructure already created for you. You are not going to write bicep arm for your infrastructure. This is already provisioned, and each infra has its own plugin. That is why you see that a front-end hosting has its plugin, API connector, CI/CD, App Studio. These are all the plugins which are right installed in this solution. Apart from that, there are a few components like storage, account storage to hold my tab, just like I mentioned, and an identity, which is a user managed identity. So if I go to my Azure and if I just walk around what biceps I have according to according to my solution, I have a tab that is a web app. So I need a bicep for it. So this is a front end. It is a storage account with some files in it. All the websites, all the pages are stored in this storage account. Identity, user managed identity, just like I have created a bicep. This will create a resource for me with all the mentioned properties. This is what provisioning does. Whenever I click on provision, this file will be triggered and it will create front end hosting, identity, and all these resources for me from this bicep. But there is main bicep as well, which the first one to trigger is this main bicep. This will point to my provision bicep, which is holding all my resources, Azure resources, and then each resource will be provisioned. So that this is how my tab will be provisioned on Azure. So first step, whenever you create your solution, and there will be some default hello world kind of sample added to your tabs project. So we'll come to tabs project just in some time because it will need a more elaborative discussion. But whenever your Azure infrastructure is ready, the first thing you have to do is you have to go to your Teams toolkit and provision in the cloud. This is not for just a local testing, but this is when you're dealing with deployments. So if you're just testing it locally, you can test it locally using ngrok as well. But it is better that you have a hands-on practice right from the start of provisioning and deploying to Azure and then using it just like how it is mentioned here. So once you have your infra ready, you just provision in the cloud and this will just deploy your biceps. It has nothing to do with your JavaScript code. Okay. And this bicep file needs some Azure credentials and it is going to pick up from your states file, this file. So this is how it works behind the scenes. Now the next step is how I create my own tab and how I just customize the tab experience. So let's just go to tab and click on SRC. And in this, you can see a component folder. And in the component, you have different type of apps or different type of components. So the main component is your index file. Definitely, whenever you create a React project, you have your first index file. Index file points to an app file, the main app. And either your app file has some routes or it might not. It might just call your child component as well. It is definitely up to you how you create React apps. But default, you get some layout, which is index file calls your app component, and app component has a router, and this router has all your components routes added. So now if you see that I'm just using React and React DOM route, I'm not using anything related to Teams right now. This is just a sample React app wherein you have app and routes, and these are different components. So let's just jump to the first component, which is config. So whenever I add an app, you see that configuration screen, right? So that is how the configuration tab, this is a config component. What is this holding? This is holding a Teams.js SDK. So this is the Teams.js library, which needs to be added to your solution. And once you install this, it will also be added to your package lock, to your package.json right here. So right now, just few days back after the Ignite, Teams.js SDK 2 version 2 got generally available, but still you can use the previous version, which is 1 dot version as well. But if not, it is better that you move on to 2 version 2. So let's just go to the configuration and okay, yes, now I have the capability of using some things related to Teams. That is what Teams.js does. So if you want more information on what you can do with Teams.js SDK, you can just go to Microsoft documentation Teams.js SDK and you will see hell lot of things, like you can just have some APIs or functions related to task module, messaging extension, bot, and lot of things. So right now, my first intention is whenever I go to Teams, this should be initialized. So you will see here that once that this app is added, this app is initialized. I am using version 2. That is why app.initialize is used. If I am using version 1, then it will be Microsoft Teams. Okay. I have to move to the back version. But if you are using lower version, then you'll have to redirect to Microsoft Teams.initialize if you are using that. But I'm using the latest version, so few of the changes have been done. I'm using app.initialize now. So what this will do is this will initialize by application. Once it is initialized, I am just writing few of the steps to save the configuration, and I'm just showing this UI. So how you will see this UI? Let's just go and see here. I'm clicking on app. I'm clicking on this app. And you see this screen wherein you will see that you can only add this app and it has few permissions. It needs few permission. What is the version? All this data is been pulled from manifest. Once I add it here, okay. Now this is a screen which is a tab configuration screen. You can also uh, make a look and feel that based on the team's current theme, you can display. Right now, it is not taking up the current theme because I've not added any code for that, but Teams context provides you the details. It also provides you the theme and different details like the frame context, etc., from which you can grab the theme, and then based on the theme, current theme, you can just show a popularity or UI. So right now you see this screen tab configuration. This is exactly same what we have built here. If I click on save, that is what the code is. My app got added. Do you see that? Yeah. So this is how the configuration component loads initialize into your Teams solution. That is why we need to add app.initialize so that it renders inside your Teams or initializes in your Teams. Once I have the configuration ready, I want to show one more thing to you. So there are a few of the pages as well which might not be relevant just while you are building a demoing or just testing out, but these are the few pages which are relevant when you are creating a client ready applications. So those are like privacy documents which will hold the privacy statement of this app, terms of use document as well. So right now this is just a dummy, this is just showing you terms of use and privacy. But if you are creating client facing applications, full end-to-end applications, then you will have to have some privacy and terms of use details as well. Let's just jump to now the main page, which is a tab where we are seeing the side panel right now. So this is also right now, this is just a class component. You can have the function as well, whichever you're flexible with, either hook or class based. So I have used class component right now. And inside the class component in component did mount, I am just loading my app, initializing it and grabbing the context. So if you just see here that this Teams.js provides, if you just hover over here and you can see that this get context is given to me by Teams.js SDK. I have not built this explicitly. So I can just, and in this context will hold all the information of my teams. So let's just do one thing. We can just do control.log. And we can see what all details. It will be a quite big string. So I will just stringify it. Okay, so context will be in the JSON format, and I'm just printing this in my console so that we all get to know what all details we grab from the context. And what else I'm doing is I'm just grabbing few values from the context, like meeting ID, the current meeting I am in, and who is the user of this meeting, who all are in the meeting right now. So just the username, which I'm getting from the context, and nothing else. I'm just showing those values in my UI. And if you see the UI, you will see that welcome. This is a screen here, which you will be seeing in the pre-meeting stage. And I am adding a media query. So there is a layout given by Microsoft that this side panel, just let me grab that. Yeah, this side panel width is 280px, and this is provided in the Microsoft documentation. You can just grab that from there. So if you want to just show something to the side panel, not in the pre-meeting view, then you can just have that media query and then add your side panel content in here. So right now I'm just making this a bit just I'm adding few text, like this is a pre-meeting view, this is a side panel view, and I'm adding some more details. Once this is done, what next I have to do is I have my components ready. That's it. I haven't done anything else. What I did is, before this meeting started, I already provisioned in the cloud. So my infrastructure is already deployed, already created in the cloud. Next step I do is deploy to the cloud. So whenever you make changes to your JSX or tabs, for say this tabs folder, then you have to deploy to the cloud. Not every time you will just provision. Provisioning happens only once, because that is just your infrastructure provisioning. Deployment is more on, if you are making some code changes related to JavaScript or TypeScript, then you have to just deploy so that the latest version is fetched to your teams. Once this is deployed, what we'll do is we'll just, okay, it is deploying. Once it gets deployed, either we can publish directly to the teams. What this means, whenever I click on publish to teams, this will go to my admin center. And here, and in here, it will drop that app package. But if you don't have administrator rights, then you can go to your teams meeting and you can just go to the manage app section, and you can upload a custom app package right from the wherever it is downloaded. You can do this as well, just if you are testing out. But if you are deploying it to a client's environment, always you should deploy your apps to the admin center. So this is how the deployment happens. And so these are the few simple steps: provisioning, deploying, and publishing. So as you see, the deployment is successful. And if I go to my tab now, what I'll do is I'll inspect, because I have logged it in my console. So let me just reload. Okay, I'll have to join the meeting. Okay, now if I reload the frame, then do you see I get the team's context details? Okay, I need to hide this and zoom in a bit. Okay, so let's just see what all details it gives me. And this is a really useful information, because with this context, you are going to create your use case, and you are going to have a new application which you have in mind. So Teams context is a really useful. I'll just open JSON viewer. Okay, so now if I just zoom in a bit, I hope you can see it fine. So this is the app, which is a Teams app. It shows the local language of my app, and few of the host information, like which host I'm using right now. It is a web session, and the ring, because I am in my developer preview mode. So I'm just seeing that ring, the user information, and some of the chat and meeting ID. So this is the meeting ID, which you are also able to see in here, this meeting ID. So these are all the useful information which you see in this from this Teams context. So one more thing I would like to highlight here is, right now you would see that I am in the web version of Teams, and still I see this look and feel of the app as well. I can add apps in my meeting right from the web. So if you want to do this, you have to be in a developer preview mode. So you go to about section and turn on the developer preview mode. Only then you can add your app in the meeting and test it out. If you don't have developer preview mode, then you have to test it on your desktop machines only, or your Teams mobile machines. On web version, you won't be able to add your apps and test it out. So these are the useful informations you get from meeting. Now you would say, like, how I can create more fancy applications using Teams based on theme or based on languages or multi-language. Then definitely, just like how I mentioned, you can grab details from your context, and you can just go through Teams JS SDK, Teams JS SDK version 2, or whichever version you're using. And you can go through this, and you have a detailed documentation. Oops, the wrong one. It should be in the Microsoft documentation. somewhere, not this one, but it should be, yeah, this is a detailed documentation which was just released before, just after the Ignite. But if you are new to Teams meeting app creation, then you better go to the Microsoft documentation of Teams JS. Yeah. So this is how you can grab all your information. So get context of your tab. This context, just like what we saw, these are the all detailed information which we get from the Teams JS library which we are using. And these context information you can use. Based on that, you can build your custom scenarios and build on top of the sample which is provided. And this is how that whole JSON looks like. So if you just observe something here, that you get some information of the meeting, and you also get all your information of the teams, like which team it is using, what is the type of the team, and the session, current session. And the one more useful information is frame context. I'm just grabbing that. Yeah. So what this does is, this gives you the frame of in which frame your app is deployed. So let's say that my app is currently deployed in the, right now it is in the side panel view. So it should have the side panel as a frame. But if it is in the meeting, then it will have a different state. If it is in the stage view, then it will show a stage as a value, and different layouts as a different values to it. So this frame context is more useful when you are creating apps across the Teams layout. And yeah, some other useful information. So this is how you will create your app. Now, other thing is, we'll just go back to our solution. Yes. So one thing before I just forget that, I'll just go to my app package. Yeah. So the important step, if you have built your solution, deployed your Azure infrastructure, what manifest will hold, what information this will hold, right? So manifest will hold your schema. This is the Microsoft Teams version schema. Either it latest version is 1.14 or 1.15, I am not sure, but 1.14 is which we widely used, and 1.15 is when you want to use this app across your office application, across your office like Office 365, Outlook as well. Then the version is 1.15. If you are creating apps for Office, then you have to use 1.15 version. But right now I'm just creating apps for Teams, so I'll be using 1.14 version. Based on this, I have my manifest version, and this is the version of your app. So let's say you have updated something in your manifest, then your manifest version, this version should also be updated. This version will always stay as it is, whatever it is mentioned in your schema. So you just keep this in mind. These are quite minute things, but it plays a really good role when you just upload your apps and it doesn't work. And then you just feel like, oh, what is wrong? But these are the a few minute things which might be not correct. The most important thing is the app ID. So this is your app ID. Whenever you install the app in your Teams admin center, right now, do you see this ID? This is my app ID right now. And the package name, this can be just by default as it is. Developer, if you are building a client application, then you have to write your own, like you are building this app, then your company name, your company website, privacy URL, and terms of use URL, which I mentioned that these details needs to be filled when you are creating client facing applications. For testing, this is fine. You can keep it as it is. Icons, you can have your own icon and its outline. You can grab your own icons, create your own icons and add here. And if you observe that you have to add those files in the resources as here, and if you have some this icon somewhere else, then just update the path just here. If let's say the icons are residing under assets, then just add that location path and just add that file name for both icon and color and outline. The name of your app, I showed it to you that it comes from the configuration right here, and you can change it as well. I'll just go back. Description, you can add, you can ignore as per your wish. You can just do. This is the color which will be, that's a default color. If you have bots installed or added to your solution, then you can add that bot. But Teams FX is quite smart. If you add the bot capability or feature, it will add those details. site. Compose extensions. These are for few type of extensions. Static tabs. If you are not building configurable tab, like I have built, if you just have a static URL or a website URL, you can just have the static tab. Configurable tab. So the key important step here is, if in the context I have not added meeting side panel. If I miss out adding this, then I will not be able to see this app in the side panel at all. So you need to make sure that you have a context supporting to your meeting side panel, or some different contexts like meeting stage, or these are the different type of context for which you can build tabs. So you just need to make sure what kind of interface or what kind of app you are building, and then accordingly you add it into the context. And scope, definitely we are working with Microsoft Teams meeting right now. So I was just adding an app to the meeting. So I will need a group chat, because a group chat can also be a meeting chat, and a team definitely. So these are the two scopes wherein I can add my app to, and few of the permissions, which is like just a message team member, which right now in the meeting you can just ping something or message. So that is why I have added that permission. And valid domains. So if you are adding something, some URL in your tab, which is like YouTube video or anything, then definitely you should keep in mind that you add that URL in that domain in your valid domains. If you have not added, then you will not be able to render into your client facing app side app. So this is the key important. So you can say that manifest is the face of your Microsoft Teams app, and the behind the scenes you are writing these components, JavaScript components. These are the pages which holds that app, and this is how you can create your Teams meeting app. So I am glad to take questions if there are any. Before I move to the second, just a small thing about how you can also add Power Apps as Teams meeting app. Any questions for meeting app? Anyone? If not, yeah, someone just unmuted. I don't think so. We have any questions? So yeah, I won't waste much time because I only have 10 minutes left. So definitely we can create custom apps, and you would now say that how I can get started with creating custom apps using already existing samples. But the sample seems to be very less. Like these are just few scenarios, and these are just a vanilla playground kind of, and these are not really customer ready. And you want some more enhanced samples. So there is one GitHub repository which I will ping in the chat as well. Yeah. So Microsoft Teams sample repository of Office Dev provides you n number of samples. I will just go at the samples. Okay. It provides you samples right from Microsoft Graph to single sign-on, authorization-based, meeting, meeting notification, meeting stage, side panel, and lot of tabs, bots, messaging extension, etc. So you see this number of apps samples created, and you can just grab any one of them. Yeah, definitely I missed out adaptive cards as well, which is like just you post to your adaptive card in your chat through bot. Everything you can find each and every detail, right? Every scenario, detailed scenario in this samples repository. I just ping in the chat. And this is really useful because whenever you'll go through your Microsoft documentation, and if let's say you are just creating side panel app following the Microsoft documentation, and at the bottom of the page you will find samples, ready to use samples for side panel, and it will always redirect you to these samples. So if I just search for side panel, I am here. So this is the meeting side panel sample which you can use, and it doesn't restrict you from like technology doesn't restrict you. You can create C# samples as well and Node.js samples as well. These are ready to use samples, and it also has a good documentation that how you can deploy this into your and just test it that how this application looks like, and then you can just create more fancy UI and features according to you. So this you can use it right for yourself if you are new to developing Teams apps. And one last point I would go to is Power Apps. Okay, so let me just go to my login. Just a second. I the wrong tenant. Yeah, Power Apps. So we talked more about building apps for Teams using Toolkit. That definitely holds true that we are creating some apps using JavaScript, using Node.js, npm, and deploying it to Azure. But what if you have some apps which are created on Power Apps and you want to add those apps, because probably few people might find this easy, that you create your Canvas app, you create your whole UI because it is a bit on the low code no code solution, and you want to add this app as a meeting app to your Teams. How you can do that? So it is quite simple. There is no rocket science or nothing difficult here. All you have to do is, let's say this is my Canvas app. What I'll do is I'll just export my package. I just add to Teams, and I will not directly add this to Teams. I will download the app. What it will do is it will give me that zip package, right? What we were talking about, that zip package. Zip package is consist of your icon, outline, and manifest file. This is what exactly we need. If I go here, I have these three files. I have my manifest, and just like I just mentioned, that few things are important like context. So if you have your Canvas app already built, and if you want to use that in your Teams meeting, then what you need to do is you just have to make sure that your context has those details related to meeting side panel, meeting stage, or meeting surface, etc. So if you have this already in, then you can just deploy this to your Teams. I will just show that quickly before we run out of more time. Yeah, I will go to my chat, this meeting. I will go to manage app, load a custom app, download it. This, I think I need to extract. Yeah. Oops. Okay, just a second. So what happens is you just extract this. Once you extract this, you grab that folder, and that folder should be zipped, and it should only have these three files. Sometimes it has a folder, and inside the folder there are these three files. So make sure you have only one folder, and in that there are these three files, and then zip this package and upload it to your meeting. And then whenever you will be in the meeting, you can add that app right from here, right from here. And then you can use your Canvas app in the meeting as meeting app. All you have to do is you just have to make sure that you have the proper context enabled. So this comes for me, this is just the end of the session, and I'll just close by few things. So we just walked through different type of layouts, that Teams has different layouts of meeting, like in meeting side panel, meeting notification, meeting stage. But apart from these, you can also create tab, bot, message extension, which are not meeting apps, but yeah, you can have your different capabilities of your Teams app. But if you want to have the detailed walkthrough of Teams toolkit, and still if you have some queries on how you can install Teams extension and the details about it, I have noted down few of the important key links which you can go through. And this has all the details of creating your apps using Teams toolkit. And if you face any issues, there are a few GitHubs. You can report it on a GitHub, and then Microsoft support team will just help you out. So this is how you can just, these are the two key references I've mentioned. And I hope you just learned something new. And if you already were aware about it, then I hope I helped. This session helped in some key important factors which I have encountered myself, and these is all the experiences which I have shared with you of creating Teams app. And I would just like to say thank you very much for joining me and listening to me very patiently. And if you have any queries, I'm open to it. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Shruti.
Thanks, David.
Let's give a virtual round of applause to Shruti Shah, please, who talked use about create teams in meeting application using Teams Toolkit. Thank you, Shruti.
Thanks a lot for listening. Enjoy your day and have fun learning and networking at Mexico. Thank you all.
Hi, Diego.
Hello, hello. I'm ready. Just giving a few more minutes.
Okay, a moment, please.
1 p.m. All right, let me just share my screen to make sure it all works fine.
Ready.
All right, can you all confirm you can see it okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay, Diego, thank you for being here with us today. Please go ahead. You have the control of the session.
All right. Thank you guys, everyone. I'm just waiting another minute on the dot so I can start at 1 p.m. exactly. All right, there we go. All right. So 1 p.m. Time now to talk a little bit about SharePoint Online and how to make your pages unsuck. Let me jump here. So about myself a little bit. My name is Diego Domingos da Silva. I am a Microsoft 365 subject matter expert, or at least I try to be one. With things changing as fast as they do, you guys know as much as I do that how hard it is. But I have 20 plus years of IT experience, 12 plus years of SharePoint experience, have worked with SharePoint on premises, SharePoint online, you name it, I've done it. And literally lifetime of helping users make their Microsoft experience unsuck. My Twitter is unsuckm365, and I'll get to the whole unsuck part in just 1 second. First of all, thanks for our sponsors, and also to the friend communities that are part of this event. Thanks everyone who helped organize and who helped this event become a reality. So as I was saying, the topic of this presentation is how to make your SharePoint online pages unsuck. So first thing here is, let's just jump back in time a little bit to see how far we've come. This is what a typical SharePoint 2007 page used to look like. Some of you who have been working with SharePoint for a while know that it didn't look pretty back then, but it was still, much ahead of its time. But when people would see, these old SharePoint sites, they would always have questions like, can you please make it not look like SharePoint? Like, yeah, it's okay, I like it, but I don't want my site to look so much like SharePoint. Or SharePoint sucks. Or why am I gonna use SharePoint when my network drives work just fine? Or my favorite question of them all, but Drupal or Google Docs is so much better. So to address some of these questions, that's how I came up with the name Unsuck Microsoft 365, because a lot of people just say it's bad, but my idea with this is, let's make it not be bad then. Let's make it not suck. And there are so many things you can do. And the things that I'm going to go over today are basically simple tips and tricks that anyone can do, and more importantly, that everyone has to be mindful of when they are building SharePoint Online pages, or even just full-on SharePoint Online sites and content. So you inherited a SharePoint site. Now what? First thing you need to do is find out what you are dealing with. And I'm going to be jumping back and forth between the presentation and a live demo here. If you guys have any questions, I'm also checking the chat. So if anyone has any questions, please just write via chat, and I'll address them as they come. Okay, so you inherited a SharePoint site. Your site may typically look like this, right? So it no longer looks like the old school SharePoint sites that you had before. Now content is pretty, it's responsive, as you resize your browser and go to like a more like mobile looking, your site will also respond to that screen size. So it is also a lot prettier than it was before. Everything you can do now, to some extent anyway, or to a great extent, is all browser based. So your sites no longer require coding of any kind, really, unless you get into more advanced topic. But again, this is really a hands-on for for anyone who uses SharePoint, for them to really see what you can do with simple tips, really, that will make your sites look a lot better. So again, back to the slides. Find out what you're dealing with. So you would typically have two different templates for SharePoint Online sites, you need to see which one you got. If you have a team site or if you have a communication site. Team site will have more bang for your buck because it could be tied to a Microsoft group. Not necessarily true, but most of the time it'll be tied to a Microsoft 365 group. So with that will come an email inbox as well as access to Microsoft Teams. Team sites also have quick launch, so differently than what you see here on the communication site, that your site will have like the navigation on the top. Team site will actually have, and let me go back to the home of this. Team sites will have the navigation on the right side. But let me go back to the presentation now. So anyway, so you have the ability of using Planner, you have Microsoft 365 connectors, you have RSS feed. The advantage of the communication site, however, is that it's got a footer. So looking back here to this main site that I created, at the bottom you can add links. So it's more of like an intranet public site facing. You have less people probably collaborating on the communication site, so it's more something that you would have for a department or for even the home page of the organization on the internet. But again, if you are starting from scratch, just take some time to figure out what your needs are. Communications will have a little less functionality, so if you need RSS feeds or connections to Microsoft Planner and Teams, then for sure what you need is a team site, hands down. Especially, another thing is if you need to have external guests accessing your site, you should definitely go for a team site instead of a communication site. So first off, create pages, not news posts. Okay, pages allow you to make mistakes, news posts will not. At the core, they are basically the same exact thing. Both can be saved as drafts for later publishing, but pages will give you a little extra layer because you require them to be posted as news before they become news. So what I mean with this is right here, when you go to create a new page, you're gonna go click new, and you have the option to create a news post or to create a page. They are the exact same thing, but don't create a news post. Always start with a new page. So let me show you this first, and then we'll go back to the demo. The next thing you need to do is ignore the pre-built templates. You will be building your own templates later, so don't do these guys. Always start with blank. So back to the demo, I'm going to come to new page. And then you are given these three options as I was showing here: blank, visual, and basic text. Don't use visual or basic text simply because your pages are going to come with content that later you have to remove and delete. So don't even bother. You might do this for the first or second page that you create just to see what they look like. But once you're familiar with what you need to do, you always want to start with a blank template or with a template that you design yourself to fit your needs. Let's say you don't want to repeat the company header all the time, or you have a set of logos. Let's say you have like a more newsletter format for your templates, then always go with the blank. Save them as your template and go from there. So right here, I'm going to create page. And there you have your blank page. Now, here's the first thing you want to do once you get this page in front of you. The first thing you're going to do is give it a name and make it short. So let's call this page Mexico City example. Once you have that page created, or once you have the title of that page, just give it a second, save it as a draft. See, it's still not showing save it as a draft. There we go. Now that the draft has been saved, and you might need to click here sometimes. Sometimes this doesn't happen automatically. But once you added the title that you wanted in the page, you will see that the URL also will change to the title that you created. From this point on, however, anything that I add to the title will not get added to the URL. So let me just show you. This is some additional text. And from this point on, I can save as draft as much as I want, and in the original URL or the original file name for that page will not change. Why is this useful? Because let's say, let me go back here and create another page. And I'm going to go with blank again. And let's say I have a super long title that I need to add to this page. Again, do not start with a super long title because this is what's going to happen. That I am using just for an example for this session. So I added the super long title here. I'm going to save as a draft. What's going to happen is the entire page will then pick up that long title. And later, when you're looking at your pages, you're going to end up with, you know, whole letters as the title for this. So always start short, then you rename it. Because if I go back to the first example that I had, so let me go back here to pages. You see right here how these files show up. So always go for the shorter title, because this will definitely help you out in the long run, because look at how long this page title was created with. So again, always go for the short title. So as I said, secure a proper and short URL. So create a short title, save it as a draft, then change the page title. Another thing you want to do is to be mindful of dates. So let's say you are creating newsletters. So in the screenshot that I added here, you want to give some structure. So again, newsletter is a perfect example, right? You might want to add to the title of the page, newsletter dash the date. That way you can have them organized in your site pages library. So let me just show you here, for instance, this other site. I have like a number of pages saved here, and it's a lot harder for me to see what is what because I don't have a naming convention. So there are some cases that, you know, especially if you're doing things such as newsletters and all, that you might want to do a little bit of a little bit of thinking at least to see if you need a naming convention for these pages, just because later, after you start publishing a lot of them, you're going to end up with a library that is a little better organized. Obviously, this being SharePoint, you can still add columns, and you can add additional metadata to the pages. But if you want to keep things simple, adding a little bit of a naming convention here will definitely go a long way. So next up, add an image in the title area. That is also one of the first things you want to do. Microsoft stock images should be your best friend, and use these images as large as possible. So let me go back to the demo now to show you. So I am having, let me go to this guy. I'm having a new page created here. So again, new site page. And I give it a second. Hit save as a draft. There it goes. So now it picked up my URL that I wanted. Now, the next thing I want to do is add an image in the page title. Now, here's one trick for you here. Once I hit edit, you will want to go here, image and title. That's not what I wanted to do. I want to click on change image. So from here, you can do stock images, which will bring you this great royalty-free library from Microsoft, which has like a ton of professionally taken images. So you can be a little creative in this. It doesn't have the whole universe, but it's really good, and it's a lot better than the next option, which is web search. Because if you're searching the web for this, now you're looking at Bing images, and the images that you add, especially if it's a public facing site, may or may not be copyrighted. So you need to be careful when using web search. But the other thing about using web search is that your images might not be in a size that will look great in the browser. So always be careful when using web search. So my preference is just become best friends with the stock images, become familiar with them. You know, in this case, I'm just gonna add a cat for the header because why not? And let me get this guy, insert, and then it's just a matter of choosing which layout that you want. I typically just always go for image and title. If you are doing a wider company-wide announcement or something like that, you may want to choose the color block. I just feel like this adds a lot of unnecessary scrolling. Plain, good, but it's plain. So my preference is always this guy right here. You can then set the image focal point if you want to adjust a little bit up and down where you want the image to fit in the page. And then you have additional options for like alignment of the title, but that's pretty much it. Now, once you add the image to the header, this is very important to note, is that if you come to page details, you then have a thumbnail for the page. But more important, later, when you are sharing this page, this is the thumbnail that will be displayed when you send this page via email, or when you are when this page gets posted to any other site. So if any other site is linking to this page, so let me just go home to the home page of this. Right here, this image is the one that will come from the thumbnail. One more thing about images on your pages is if you need to create and customize the images to your preferences, this is a really good page to look into, because it has actually all the aspect ratios from Microsoft for all the different kind of images that or for all the kind of different sections that your image is going to be in. So all the different layouts that you have right here has the specific width and height of each of these images. So this is super helpful too. So back to my slides. So again, use images as large as possible, because with screens ever expanding and resolutions ever expanding, the last thing you want is to have like images that just look bad in quality because you chose an image that is not large enough. So keep that in mind, you know, as large as possible. Again, as I was saying, check the page thumbnail. The first image added to the page will automatically become its thumbnail. So if you start with the page header as your thumbnail, that image will automatically become the thumbnail of the page. You can always go back to the page details, change that to something that you want. So let's say I don't want that. I just want to use the stock image, and let's say I'm just gonna use a person. So I'm picking this one, and Microsoft SharePoint does a very good job as far as resizing that photo, but or adjusting the photo so that the face will appear correctly. But sometimes, and let's get this image here because it's a vertical one, sometimes the face of the person will get cut off. So always be mindful to make sure that you're framing the face in a correct way, because the last thing you want is to end up with the thumbnail where someone's head is basically cut off from there, you know. So always be mindful of that when you're editing the page thumbnail. make sure that the thumbnail is, again, of decent quality, and as I said here, if you're using someone's photo, just make sure that their head is not cut off like the example. This wasn't too bad, but I've seen examples that it will completely cut someone's head off. So always be mindful of that. Now, another thing, enter a short page description. So again, below the thumbnail, you have now the description for the page. Here you can add some text that you'll be using. Now, be mindful of this. It says here 255 character limit, but I can tell you already, it's not. See right here, this is a page that was shared, or that was posted as a news article, and see how much shorter it is than the 256 characters. So I try to keep that description as short as possible. Because again, if you are posting this page as a news article on the site, that description will be cut off when you're aggregating that somewhere else. So I keep it a lot less than 255 characters. So what else do I have here? So yeah, so it's always best to write a short description instead of just getting the text that gets generated automatically. So for instance, if I have a page and I added some text in here, this description will automatically import from that text. But again, it'll take a much larger chunk of text, and you don't want that when you're sharing this page with more people. So back to the presentation. Another thing now, when you are editing your page, you can use page sections, but same case for the page itself. Avoid using section templates, right? So sections will provide a great way for you to structure your information. So let me show you here. So now I have the page, I added the header, I added the thumbnail, I added the page description. Now I'm gonna start editing the page itself. First thing I need to do is add a new section. So you have 6 types of sections as well as templates. I don't like template, as I was saying, because once you add one, check it out. It'll add already some content, and maybe you don't want to structure your page this way. So you're gonna end up having to delete a bunch of stuff in order to condition the page to what you want. So again, just start from scratch, add what you want, and figure out from there. So in this case, I'm adding 1/3 left, and here I'm going to add a block of text. So text goes here, and here it will be the header for that section. So you can add different sections of different layouts. Try to be a little consistent here, because here is where people can start doing things and not making the site ultimately look good. So check out how this example here was done. Like all the headers are on the left, and the text is on the left. This makes a lot easier for you to read. I find the format to be very easy on the eyes, so that's one that I like using a lot. So next up, and this is a very important one, use headers to make your site accessible. All caps or bold fonts are not headers. And more importantly, using headers instead of large fonts will make your site accessible for screen readers. So let's just go back to it. Again, I have my text for this page, and let me just increase this just to make it a little longer. There we go. So now I have the section header. One common mistake that you see people doing is, oh, I want this as a header. Let me just make it bold, and let me just give it a larger size. Well, guess what? This is not a header. This is still regular text. The way you go about choosing headers is go to font style and choose right there, header 1, 2, or 3. Again, because this is used by screen readers. So the fact that you can see that in large font does not mean that folks who cannot read the screen well or at all will be able to have that content identified as an actual header. So this is very important. But more important than that is this. And before I publish, let me just save this as a draft real quick. You see that once I hover the mouse over a section header, 1 second. Once you hover the mouse, you actually have a little hyperlink here. See, in this guy, once I copy it, as you see here, it gives you a link with the actual HTML anchor. So if you have many sections in your page, so let me do this again and kind of duplicate this a few, or multiply this a few times rather. And let's say header 1, header 2, or 3, 1. Anyway, all right. Saving this as a draft now. And see how each section header now has its own hyperlink. So I could copy this and I could even come here and let's say I want to add like another column. Let's say I'm adding 3 columns here. And I'm gonna add like button. So I'm adding 3 buttons, right? And let me save as a draft because I need that link. And I'm gonna copy this guy, add it in the page. Now I go to this button, edit it, and I can do this now. Section 1, section 2, and I'll change the hyperlink to section header 2. And I'll come to this guy in section 3. And I'll change this guy to section header 3. So by doing this, I'm taking advantage of the different links or the different anchor links that are on each section header. And now once I save as draft, I can basically have buttons that will jump to the specific content on the page. Obviously here it's not going to go too far because it's not a whole lot of content, but you know, you can do then buttons to jump to different sections on the page. So this is another advantage of using headers versus just making the text bold. Again, the example is there. Like you see the little hyperlink under each heading. So take advantage of those. Next thing, please make sure that you keep your first level hyperlinks within the tenant. This is important because when you are linking content to pages in SharePoint, linking to external sites will drive users away from your page. So if all your links take to other websites, well, guess what? People browsing these sites will end up on those sites and not on yours. So at least add a short paragraph. Try to add more content, try to enrich in that content before just sending people outside. And this approach is very important too, because the pages might be used in Microsoft Teams. So if you embed a SharePoint page into Microsoft Teams, these external pages will not open in the Teams client. So be friendly to your users, make their experience, worthwhile. So make sure that, whenever you have external links for internal pages, that you are mindful of where these pages are going to be showing, because it's important that folks browsing this through Microsoft links don't get thrown out of the Teams client. Another one, whenever possible, do not embed documents. So I'm just going to jump to the page right away so you guys can see what I mean. So here is one page that has an embedded document. This is a very common error that people make also. Someone will give you a document and say, hey, can you post this in SharePoint? And what you do is you create a page and then you do a file viewer and you put this document in there. Sometimes this is useful. Let's say you are sharing an agreement or a document that has signatures or some kind of stuff that you have to actually post a document. Sure, but look at this example that I have here. it's just a page that has some content, that has a chunk of text. Why not do the more elegant way, which is what I did here on the next example? Copy and paste the text into your page for two reasons. One, it just looks better. It doesn't suck like the first example. The other reason here is you are not blowing up browser memory, basically, because here will require to embed a document, that will require to launch like Microsoft Word client. If you're doing that with a PDF, same thing. So keep file viewer and keep embedding files to a minimum, because your pages will be a lot lighter when you're just embedding a chunk of text versus embedding a document, which is what I had in the first example. So this is, again, very useful for you to do. Again, pasting the text will take advantage of all the available formatting, so you can use tables, you can use different sections. The other thing is people don't print anymore. And if they do, they should stop. Why? Because with SharePoint Online, printing is actually nice. So if I come here and do the print command, you will see that your pages will actually print in a way that removes all the headers and everything. So it actually prints in a very clean format. So if someone insists that they need to have a PDF copy of your sites, don't recreate that content as a PDF, because it's only going to be more work for you later. Just show them how nicely they can be when they're simply printed, and then they can themselves save those pages as a PDF. Nothing will stop them to do that, but just don't make your site become the repository for all these unnecessary PDF files or whatever format that you want. So back to the presentation. Adding a vertical section for related content. This is also a very important one, especially if you're using that section for linking to related pages and relevant links. And as a bonus here, you can also use the highlighted content web part to provide dynamic links. So here's what I mean with that. You have this page, you see right here, related links. You also have headers. You also have pages. So if I come and edit this guy, so right here is just a simple related links. So if I have some content and I want to reference another page, let's say I want to reference this site instead, I can just come to my related links and add each one of them individually. So this does not act in any way as a dynamic repository of links. This is very straightforward. It's just for you to collect hyperlinks about your content. So let me just give this a name, site or whatever. And then you can just create an image or an icon. If you're using the icons for your hyperlinks, you have access to the entire Fabric UI set of links. So this is really useful, because if you're using, let's say you want to use like the SharePoint link, if that eventually gets updated by Microsoft, your links will also update. If you use a custom image, you also have access to the same library of stock images on your pages, so you can also use those. So let's say in this case, I'm going to use a little image. Let's say I'm just going to use these pages here. This is good enough. There you go. So you can also give it a nice little icon instead of just the default SharePoint icon that the page will come with. So let's just go back here to the site images. Let's get this guy. Insert. There you go. So now you're looking like you're making your list of links look like a little nicer than what you had before. Keep in mind one thing about the vertical section, which is, since SharePoint Online is responsive, you now have the option to, no, in this section actually, there you go. So if I come to edit the section, you have the option of putting the vertical section on the very top or on the very bottom if the page does not fit on the screen, or if the width of the page does not fit on the screen. So what does this mean is right here. So let's increase the font size as if we were on a mobile device. And here's what happened now. Now the vertical section appears at the top and the page content appears at the bottom. If I don't want it like that, I can just add the page again, added my vertical section, and say that I want this at the bottom because the text that comes, the text that's in the page is more important than that section. So now I'm moving to the bottom. And once I resave the page, there you go. So now the page starts with the text and all the related links and content appear at the bottom. If I, of course, zoom out a little bit, let's say I have a larger screen, then it'll appear again on the vertical, on the vertical side as well. So let me just go ahead and hit update links. So are you happy with the results? Now it's when you can save your page as a template. So again, once you create your masterpiece, you can just save this as a template and you don't have to recreate it every time. This, using again, the example of newsletters, it's also very useful because especially if you have like a format that you're going to be using, the company logos and colors, this should be the way for you to go. All the templates that you create go to a templates folder so you can later edit them a little more. But let's say this page right here, I want to create that as a template. Actually, let me just do this differently. Let me go to the site, the new site that I just created. So I'm going to real quick change the image here. And editing the web part to make image and title. And I'm just gonna say text goes here because this is a template that I'm saving. And here is the description. Make sure you change it. There it goes. So I created like a super simple template that I'm going to be using here. Now I'm gonna go publish this page. And once I publish, I have the option right here to save as a template. So this is what I want. I'm going to save as a template, hit save, boom. Now you see that that page created as a new page inside of the templates library. So if I come to site pages, you will see that a folder called templates was created in there. And this is the template that I just created. It's still checked out to me. So I can actually go and do a few more edits to the template because I actually want to name that something a little more meaningful. So let's say newsletter. So now I'm saving the template. Okay, this is good enough for me. So I'm gonna go back to the home page of my site, do a new page, and check this out. Now I have that template that I just saved. And clicking on the thumbnail, I can even see what the template looks like. Okay, so now this is what I want. I hit create page, and now it will start a new page from that template that I have. So if I have an image that I'm going to be repeating over and over, this is the way to go. So new page from template. Okay, I'm just gonna keep everything as is. If I go to page details, sorry, let's say this is a draft first. Go to edit. For some reason, it's not showing. So a couple of times, it's a little bit of repetition in SharePoint Online. So you might need to save, refresh. There you go. And now what you need will show up. So once you save something as a template, make sure that when you're editing the page that you created from that template, that the description is also added in there. and the text, something else goes in there. So let's say this is the page. This is the page that I'm going to create. This is the page that I created from the template, and I'm going to publish that on my site now. Now, here's the other thing that I mentioned in the beginning. You don't want to create this as news. You want to create this as a regular page. Why? Because once you create this as page, the page is saved. If I come to the home page of the site, I still don't have anything in there. See, if I go under news, I don't see anything. And if I publish something as news, so let's just go ahead and republish this guy. Actually, that screen only shows it for the first time. But after you save a page, you basically have the same menu that you see when you click here on promote. And under here, the second option you see post as news on the site. So once you do that, now I posted the page as news. And if you scroll here, there you go. There's that page that I just created. If I had done a news from the beginning, the minute that I hit publish in there, the page would be published. And chances are you're going to have someone reviewing the text or the content that you just posted to make sure that, you know, that everything is concise, that you don't have like any spelling mistakes. So make sure that you're always adding these pages from creating these pages rather as pages and not as news articles, because this will be extremely helpful so you don't make any mistakes. And, you know, your site might be the homepage for so many people in your organization. So creating those as news is, you're taking a really big risk here that you're posting some content before it's fully ready. And because, as I said, in SharePoint, you have a little bit of repetition. Sometimes you have to save, and refresh multiple times. So if you're posting this as news, that's it. It's over. Like the second that you post, it's all out there for everyone to see. That, of course, doesn't stop you from coming here. And this is the page that I just created. And you should have the option to unpublish. There we go. So if I come here to more, unpublish. Now the page has been unpublished. And this is live. So no, it's still there. It's still there. So it should have worked. Not sure why it didn't. Maybe I need to do a few more refreshes here. But the point is, if you were doing this as a page, you would have a lot less risk of this showing up. See, even when I did the menu unpublish and it's still showing up there. So use that with a little bit of a grain of salt. Let's see if I can just save as a draft. Yeah, see, I can't even do that. So let me go save this guy as a draft and promote. See, I can no longer unpost that as news. So make sure that you do that as the very last thing, because otherwise, even though I unpublished the page, it's still showing up there. And at this point, I'm stuck with that on the front page of the site. So again, make sure you update the page description when you save that, and be mindful of the templates folder, which is where all these templates will live. So as I've been doing the demo as I'm going, I just want to revert this. If anyone has any questions, please let me know. All right, so a couple more things then before we wrap it up. So whenever you're creating your content for your site, you also have the events web part. And the events is super nice because you can create these calendars or you can create these event pages, and they are kind of like a page in SharePoint Online. So you can use the same images for headers and all that. So let's just add something here real quick. So make sure that when you are adding events, you are also doing the same thing for the pages, that adding, like, you know, name and adding a little bit of an intro text, because once you do those, and let me just save this guy, you will see that the event thumbnail will also be displayed on the site. So again, another way for you to take advantage of all the images that Microsoft, the stock photos that Microsoft adds on this is through the events. Last thing, whenever you're looking at these modern SharePoint sites, you will still see the documents library on it. Get rid of it. Straight up. Get rid of the documents and keep only the content that links somewhere, because later on you can actually allow access to or link your pages directly to the document libraries. So by using a link to the document library instead of posting your list of documents on the front page of the site itself, you're gonna make the site look a lot cleaner. So with this site, what I can do is basically change this section here, adjust 1/3 for this guy, put my list of events there. And quick links, I'm not gonna use it, I remove it. People profiles, I remove it. And start clean and start small, because this will be a lot easier for you to manage these sites. See, there's an entire, for instance, this site was created from the communications template. There's all this section on the top here with images and links that you're not going to use. You may want to get rid of this in the very beginning and start with something small, and then resize the sections that you're going to be using the most to actually fit that format. So let's say I only have one piece of news and one event. Well, that's fine. Start with those and adjust this. Adjust the site to, or adjust the sections in the site and the web parts in it to actually adapt to all the content that you have. So even if you are starting small, or even if you don't have a whole lot of content, your site will look good from day one. So there you go. I have a simple page here. There's only one news article, one event, but you're much better off starting with something simple that has a very little amount of content than starting with something that just provides you links to random Microsoft pages so that people coming into your site will not know where they go to. So again, clean and small, always the way to go. If no one has any additional questions, I am ready to wrap this up. Just a few more things before we go on this. If you guys have any additional questions, please follow me, add me on Twitter at unsuckmicrosoft365 or unsuckmicrosoft365.com. So we can continue the conversation there. If you guys are attending community days in Ottawa tomorrow, which is where I'm speaking from right now, I will be here with more on SharePoint Online. And with that, I would just like to say thank you for everyone who joined. Thanks for all the sponsors, to everyone who organized this event, and for you guys in Mexico City, please enjoy and have a SharePoint for me. I know the information on that will be sent out later, but yeah, if you guys are out there, please have one for me. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you very much, Diego. Let's give a virtual round of applause, please, to Diego Domingos da Silva, who talked to us about make your SharePoint Online pages on Socks. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, hi everyone. Welcome to Microsoft Community Days, Mexico City 2022. We would like to thank our sponsors who made this event possible. IT Group, Cruise Networks, Entusiastas, Overcast, 1WS, Latin America, LionTech, Mahai Consulting, Sessionize, Imperial Media Group. Thank you. Okay. For the next session, we will have Prashant G. Boyer with the presentation implementing Microsoft Teams governance using Power Automate, Microsoft Flows, and Microsoft Graph API. Prashant, thank you for being here with us today. Please go ahead. You have the control of the session.
Okay, thank you, David. Let me start by sharing my screen, and let me know if you can see it in the presentation mode. Sorry, can you see it in the presentation mode?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So I will start in next 2 minutes, right? Right at 12 p.m. your time. All right, welcome everyone to the session titled Implementing Microsoft Teams Governance using Power Automate, Microsoft Graph API, and SharePoint. Who am I? My name is Prashant G. Boyer. I was born and raised in India, came to the United States in 2007 for studies. I am University of Maryland College Park alumni, and I co-authored a book, SharePoint PowerShell for Office 65. I also co-authored a book, Pro SharePoint 2013 Administration. I am from Washington, DC area of United States, and we organize a lot of community conferences. So if you are interested, you can check us out on meetup.com, and you can also find information about upcoming conferences and user group meetings on azurecloudevents.com. I am recipient of Antarctic Service Medal. I got this award from US government for the work I did in the Antarctic continent back in 2008. And since 2017, I am recipient of Microsoft MVP award. Those of you who are not familiar with this award, I don't work for Microsoft. It's just the additional recognition that Microsoft gives out to the folks who does technical contributions. And your technical contributions can be in the form of speaking at conferences, writing blog posts, creating training content and posting them on streaming services such as YouTube or Twitch, answering people's questions on various public forums, providing direct feedback to the Microsoft product group, contributing to the open source project, and the list goes on and on. And this award is typically valid for 12 months or 1 year only. And after each year, you have to submit your contributions. If the contributions are good enough, then Microsoft will give you this award for additional 1 year. Initially, when I got this award in 2017, that time my focus area was Microsoft 65 apps and services, especially SharePoint. But since 2019, I changed my focus area to AI. And recently, I also got this award in business applications. Currently, I work as cloud solution architect at AIS, where I focus on intelligent business process automation, where I use variety of the products and services in Microsoft ecosystem, such as Azure, Azure AI, Microsoft 65 Power Platform to implement automation. And I work at AIS Reston Virginia office. And AIS has been providing services in Microsoft ecosystem from last 40 years. And we have been recipient of Microsoft Partner of the Year award on multiple occasions. AIS is growing and we have a lot of open position. So you can check us out on career.ais.com and you can be 100% remote as long as you are located either in USA, Canada, or UK. So this is going to be the agenda. We'll start with some brief introduction to Microsoft Teams. I know majority of you are already familiar with Microsoft Teams, and then we straight up jump into how we can implement automated governance using Microsoft Teams. What are some of the options that we have when it comes to automated provisioning of Teams? How we can use Microsoft Graph API, where does the Power Automate come into picture? Just to talk about Logic Apps, we'll have lots of demos, key takeaways, and Q&A. Even though I mentioned Q&A towards the end, feel free to post your questions in the chat window. And I am using 2 monitors, so I can monitor the chat window. And just don't wait for the end of session. As soon as you have a question, please type that in the chat. All right. So these are some of the standard functionality we get with Microsoft Teams. We can do chat, we can have teams, channels, we can have meetings, we can have voice, we can add apps, bots, and connectors. Now let's see why we have to consider automated governance. Like what are some of the features we get with automated governance? Automated governance ensures the consistency. It also empower the end user. That means the end user doesn't have to worry about whether whatever they are doing with the Microsoft team or their usage is as per the company policies. One of the key advantage of using automated governance is it reduces the admin overhead. And these are some of the ways you can implement automated governance. You can use retention policies. We can have security groups for teams creation. We can have expiration policies and we can have team naming policies. Having team naming policies is very, very important because whenever you create a new Microsoft team, behind the scene, Microsoft also provision a Microsoft 65 group and SharePoint Online site collection. So if you don't have a proper naming convention, chances are, you will have some teams which from the name itself will not make any sense at all. So having a team naming policy is very, very important in the organizations. Also, you should have expiration policies because if you have kept provisioning of new teams open in your organization, then there will be instances where someone just create a team for testing few things out. And if you don't have expiration policy, and if that owner forgot to delete the team, that team may just sit in your infrastructure for a long time. So it's always better to have expiration policies. And the way expiration policy works is depending on what kind of timeline you have set up before the expiration date, the owner will get notified in the frequency of 30 days, 15 days, and that notification will give them option to renew. In case the owner forgot to take action and the team got deleted automatically, then admins will have up to 30 days after expiration to restore that deleted team. That's why it's very important that you should have multiple owners so that the management of the team, then you are distributing across multiple users here. You can also have security groups for team creator, and if you have enabled team creation for everyone, then depending on your organization, depending on number of employees, you may have too many teams in your tenant. So to avoid that, a lot of organizations, what they do is they restrict who can create a team. And you can specify the security group as long as a user is a member of a security group, he or she can create a team. If that user is not in the security group, then they cannot create a new team. Now, when it comes to this this options that we just discussed about automated governance, there is some additional licensing consideration that you have to do. For example, you need to have Azure Active Directory Premium Plan 1. to supplement team naming policies, expiration policies, and security groups for team creators. Now, this Azure AD Premium Plan 1 is covered under E3 and E5. But what if you don't have that? For example, and also, if you would like to have retention policies, then you need a Microsoft 365 E3 and above. What if you don't have access to these licenses, right? Then how you can implement the similar automated governance scenario that we'll be covering in this particular session. Now, if you have a background in SharePoint, then you may have heard about SharePoint templates, at least in the context of SharePoint on-prem. The Teams template work on the same context where we can have Teams template, and it's basically a pre-built definition for Teams, including channels and app. And these are some of the properties that are supported with the Teams template. We can create the Teams name, description, visibility, auto favorite channel. We can have install apps, pin tab. These are the things that are not supported yet. And once Microsoft adds support, then we can also add these features as part of the team templates. These are some of the pre-built definition are available for various template types, and you can go to Microsoft site to find more information about these templates. So we have templates based on the category and industry as well. We have templates for financial organization, government, healthcare, manufacturing, non-profit, and retail. Now, what we are talking about is how we can implement a similar automation using some custom application. And this is how we are going to address that. We will create a custom application, and to request a new team, the user will need to submit a form, and that form can be created using Office 365 form or Microsoft 365 form, using SharePoint, using Power Apps, using Power Virtual Agent, or any third-party product. What's most important is where exactly the data after submission is going to get saved. And then once the request is submitted, we will start an approval. Once the request is approved, then a team will get created with a proper naming convention. So when it comes to automatic provisioning of teams, these are the options available to us. I can use the combination of Microsoft Flow or Cloudflow plus Microsoft Graph API. However, to use this feature, I will need Power Automate Premium license. I can use the combination of Flow, Microsoft Graph API, plus Azure Functions. For that, I will need Power Automate Premium license and also access to Azure. I can use the same thing with combination of Flow, Microsoft Graph API, and Azure API apps. I can replace Flow with Logic Apps. In that case, I will only need subscription for Azure. Same thing I can do is wherever the Flow is mentioned, I can replace that with a Logic App. I can also use, if I don't have access to Power Automate Premium license, or if I don't have access to Azure, I can also create a custom PowerShell script and run that on a server. And using the combination of PowerShell and Microsoft Graph API, I can create a new team. And same thing we can do with the .NET Console application as well. Personally, I don't recommend these two options. The reason is it goes against the modern development model, and you're basically creating an on-premise application, and then you have to worry about its high availability and other stuff. So in this talk, the demos will be focusing on these two scenarios. So first, we'll be provisioning a new team using the combination of Power Automate Cloudflow and Microsoft Graph API. And in the second demo, we'll be creating a new team using the combination of Logic Apps and Microsoft Graph API. Now let's talk about what is a Power Automate. So Power Automate is a member of Microsoft Power Platform. We use it for automation, like hyper automation. And Microsoft Power Platform is a low-code, no-code platform that everyone can use it. Like you can be a citizen developer, Power user, or you can be a professional developer and you can use it. It has Power BI for analytics and reporting. We have Power Apps for web and mobile application development, Power Automate for RPA and cloud automation, Power Virtual Agents for intelligent chatbots. And the underlying data service is Dataverse. We can use Power Pages for public-facing website. For AI, we have AI Builder, and we have PowerFX, which is a low-code programming language. So pretty much anyone can use it, and using Power Automate, we can build automation for majority of the products and services that are available in Microsoft ecosystem. But there are like 650 plus third-party connectors and custom and on-premise connectors are also available that everyone can use. And everyone can create the automation using this. You can be a citizen developer, a pro developer, or you can be a business user as well. There is a growing list of templates libraries available. I highly recommend you to get started with template, especially if you're new to Power Automate. Now, what are Microsoft Graph API? Microsoft Graph API it's a gateway to data and intelligence in Microsoft 365, and it offers a single endpoint, which is graph.microsoft.com, that to provide access to rich people-centric data and insight that is exposed as a resource of Microsoft 365. It exposes the REST API and client libraries, and you can pretty much access data that is stored in various Microsoft 365 services. Now let's cover the demo of how we can create a team using the combination of Power Automate and Microsoft Graph API. Before that, let me quickly show you the demo of Graph API. So for that, what I'll be doing is I'll be bringing this browser session here. And if you are using two monitors and if you're not familiar with Microsoft Graph API, you can follow these steps along with me. Just use your favorite browser and use a favorite search engine and just search for Microsoft Graph API. And this is the link we are looking for. Not this one. Yeah, this is the one. All right. So let me go to this one. OK, sorry, first link. So here you'll see the entire documentation about Microsoft Graph API. In the left-hand navigation, you'll see various information, various endpoints, and how throttling and other stuff work. But one of the cool things that I really like about Graph API is the Graph Explorer. Excuse me. So click on this on the top left section of the screen. If you click on it, it will open a Graph Explorer. And this is an open source free tool available to us by Microsoft, which we can use to try out the various graph endpoints. Right now, I'm already logged in, but let me quickly start this in incognito mode. And if you are using this tool for the first time, you can try the sample queries against a demo tenant data. For example, everything I run here, for example, if I click to get my profile, then you'll see here to get the information about my profile, I have to make a get operation. And this is the endpoint URL I had to do. And as part of the request body, I don't have to pass anything. And as far as the response is concerned, this is what the response will come back. If I would like to execute this call against my own tenant data, then all you have to do is come here and then you have to just sign in here. And once you sign in, then you'll see your name and then you can start executing these queries against your own tenant data. And if you scroll down, a lot of queries are already built, like sample queries are available to us. For example, if you go to Teams, then there are many samples available for us. For example, if I had to create a new team, then I will need to use a post operation. And if I click on that, then this is the call I had to make. And this is the information that I had to pass as part of my request body. And if the request is successful, then the team will get created. Another way to quickly find out the information about like what kind of call you have to make is just by going to this page where depending on the operation, for example, if I am interested in let's say teamwork, and now I would like to create a new team. So you'll see like here you can find out the individual call that you had to make to create a new team here. And on that page, then you'll see what kind of requests that you had to make and what kind of call that you had to make. Or the best thing, you can always ask Mr. Google or Bing. For example, here I'm now going to the page and this is how I can create a new team. And on this one page, you'll see what kind of permission you need depending on delegate account, depending on whether you are using delegate permission or application permission, and what kind of request it will be. It will be a post request. What information you have to pass in the request body, And this is how some of the samples that you'll be seeing. This sample is with HTTP, but if you want to see the sample with C# or JavaScript, you can find that from here. Now, the demo that we have, what we have done is we have created a SharePoint list where, let's say, a user has to create a new team. They will first come here and submit the request. For example, I will call it as M65 Community Days, Mexico City. And then the purpose is for IT department. And the department value I'll be seeing is IT here. So let me quickly save that. And the similar one I will be creating for sales department. And submit it. So as soon as I submit these two requests, a flow and a logic app behind the scene will start, and approval process will get started. And then let me quickly walk you through the implementation of the flow. So this is the flow I have created. It's a cloud flow. And if I go to edit, it starts as soon as a new request is submitted inside this particular SharePoint list. And then we had to do a bunch of initialization where we are initializing a few variables. Now let me walk you through why we had to do that. So since we are making the call to the Graph API, and Graph API will be hosted in different infrastructure where as compared to where your flow is running. So to make the connection, secure connection with the Graph API, we have to implement some kind of authentication. And the way we can do that is using Azure Active Directory. So for that, first, let's go to the portal.azure.com. And let's go to the Azure Active Directory. And here what I'll be doing is I'll be going to the app registration and quickly register a new app. So let's call it as Teams app. And then here you have to specify which of the kind of accounts that this app will be using. So by default, you'll be seeing accounts in the organizational directory, but you can also select other option depending on the usage, the desired usage of this app. In our case, we are creating this app so that we can create a new team. So the first option is sufficient. So I'm just going to click register. And as soon as you register, just note down the client ID. We will need that. And the directory ID or the tenant ID. Next thing we need to do is in the left-hand navigation, click on API permission. So by default, this particular app only has permission to read the user information, but now we need to add additional permission. And once you click on add permission, you'll see there are a variety of the services available. First is Microsoft Graph, but below that there are other Microsoft services are also available. In our case, I'll be going with Microsoft Graph, and then I'll be going with the application permission. Now here, if you are not familiar with what's the difference between delegated permission and application permission. So delegate permission you'll be using when you're running your app in the context of the user. But since in our app will be running in the backend, we are going with the application permission. And here then you'll see there is a majority, there are a lot of different individual API calls, individual permissions are listed here. But you can also use the search box here. So I'm just interested in teams. And if I scroll here, if I expand team, then all I need by this app is just to create the team. So I'm just going to add that permission. And since I will be using application permission, I will need to grant the admin consent so that whoever is using this app, if they use this app, then this app will have permission to create a new team. The next thing I will need to do is I need to go to certificates and secrets. And there are two ways I can implement authentication for this one. I will be using either using combination of secret or client secret. Combination of certificate or client secret. Certificate-based authentication is more secure and you should be using that in production scenarios. But for the sake of this demos, I'll be going with the client secret. Let's call this as 365 community days 2022. And the expiration recommended is 6 months, but you can also provide the custom value as well. Click add and then copy the value. This value is very, very important because it will be displayed once, and later on you will not be able to retrieve that value. Only way you can do that is then you have to create a new secret. Once you have all this three information, then the next thing we'll be doing is you'll be going back to your Power Automate and then adding all this information. For example, I'm creating three variables, one for the application ID or client ID, second is the directory ID, and third one is the client secret. Then the next thing I'm doing is I am starting an approval. So here I'm using the approval that comes with Microsoft Flow. And if the request is approved, then we are making a call to create a new team using the Graph API here. And we are using post operation. And when it comes to the display name here, we are using our naming convention. The naming convention are we can specify, like here I'm going with the department name and the title. And when it comes to the template, I'm going with the standard template, but here you can also specify any specific template that you would like to use here. And if the request is submitted, then we are updating the list item where the request was submitted to create a new team. Now let me go ahead and see the approvals for this one. So here there should be an approval email. So since I'm using the approval action in Power Automate, I can take action on this request via two ways. Either I can use this Power Automate UI, or I can go to the mailbox, and in the mailbox also I will be receiving an email to approve this request. For example, here I can take the action by clicking this button here, or I can also do that via this approval center in Power Automate. In this case, I'll be going with the approval center in Power Automate. Let me quickly confirm this. And if everything goes fine, now within few seconds, we will have a new team that is get provision here in my tenant. So let me see how see how exactly the flow is running. All right, looks like it has succeeded and a new team got created. Yep. OK. All right, let's check that out. So if I go to my Microsoft Teams UI, I should see a new team over there. OK, this request is approved. OK, and let me go to the teams, and I should be seeing a new team. So looks like the IT team with the title that we selected is created here. Now let me quickly show you a couple of things. So if I go to this particular flow, then you may be asking why I'm using a Graph API to create a new team. Why can't I just use an out-of-the-box action? So let's see that first, whether out-of-the-box action available to create a new team or not. So let's click on add an action and a team. And let's select this and then find out. Looks like there is an action available to create a new team. But if we expand this action, only thing we can specify is name, description, and visibility, but we cannot really specify the template. What if you would like to specify a template which is not standard template for the creation of team? That means you cannot use this and you have to go with the Graph API. Now, if you expand this, couple of things I didn't show you is if you show the advanced setting, then you have to provide the authentication. By default, the HTTP action has none as selected. But in this case, we are going with Azure Directory OAuth. And then once you select that, then you have to specify the tenant ID, the client ID, and the credential type, which is in this case is secret. But you can also use a certificate-based authentication as well. So this was one use case using combination of Power Automate and Graph API. But let me quickly show you one thing real quick. So if I click on HTTP here, and one thing you will notice is the HTTP action is a premium action that is available in Power Automate. That means if you are getting access to Power Automate as part of your Microsoft 365 license, this action is not covered in that. And then you have to go with the premium version. That means either you have to sign up for per flow license or you have to sign up for per user license. What if you want to don't do that? In that case, we can use a different service, which is kind of similar to Microsoft Cloudflow. And these are the permission we need. So we can use something called Logic App. So Logic App is a service available in Microsoft Azure. and it works very similar to the Power Automate. It also starts with the trigger, and the triggers are quite identical to what we have in Power Automate. Now let's see how these two products are connected to each other. So Logic App is one of the service of Microsoft Azure. And when Power Automate, or its earlier name was Microsoft Flow, was launched, it was pretty much built on the top of Logic App. Over the course of time, Power Automate added its own unique features as well, which are not available in Logic App. Still, there is a big overlap between Logic App and Power Automate. The designer, a lot of actions and triggers are still pretty much same when it comes to the Power Automate and Logic App. Power Automate now has some additional unique actions or functionality that are no longer available, that are not available in Logic App. For example, business process flows, the desktop flow, SharePoint approval steps, that is only unique to Power Automate. And whenever you execute your flow, behind the scene, the flow uses Logic App runtime for its execution, as you can see on the screen here. Now here I have a screenshot of the exact identical implementation of a use case. One was done using Logic App, one was using Power Automate. Folks on the phone, if you would like to take a guess, can you type in the chat which one you think is the Power Automate, the one on the left or the one on the left? Again, just take a guess. There, all right, let me quickly remove this. So if I remove the banners, top banner and the left hand navigation, now it is clear that the image on the left is from Power Automate and image on the right is from a Logic App. But if you forget about the top banner and the left hand side, you'll see that the designer is pretty identical. The way you add the steps is pretty identical. Even the information you add in the steps is also pretty identical. Now let's see the same implementation, but in this case, we will be using Logic Apps instead of using Power Automate for the Teams creation. So for that, what I'll be doing is I'll be going to my Azure portal. And let me adjust that. And here I have done the exact same implementation of this particular flow, of this particular automation, where it gets started whenever a new item gets created in the team request list. It's the exact same implementation where we initialize the client ID, directory ID and secret, and then we start an approval. And the way the approval works in Logic App is different as compared to Power Automate. Only way we can do approval is via approval email. And then once the request is approved, then we are using the exact same call. We are using the post method, and also we are specifying the authentication via Azure Active Directory. And if everything is fine, then a new team will get created. Okay. Okay, looks like. Okay. And resource type is Logic App. All right, this is the one I was looking for. Perfect. So as you can see, this particular instance is running right now. So if I go here and show you, it is currently waiting for the approval step. OK, and as part of the approval, I should have received an email. So let me go here and check my mailbox. OK, looks like this particular request is submitted. And how will I know whether it's coming from Logic App or Power Automate? So you can see here. So this email message was sent by the Logic App. And this is the only way I can take action on this. I can click on these buttons here. There is no other portal available. So if I click approve here, and then what will happen is this flow, this instance of Logic App will continue. And now if everything is fine, it will create a new team for us. Let's take a refresh. Looks like it is succeeded. So let's quickly check this out. Looks like everything has been done. Perfect. The new team got created. Now, if I go back to my Microsoft team here, I should see another team now with the combination of department name and the title that I have used. So looks like it has created a new team where the department is sales and the title that we use for our name of our team. So this was a quick and easy demo of how you can use the combination of Power Automate as well as Logic App to create the new team. Here, I would like to pause and see if you have any questions or comments. If not, let's go to the next one. So in case you would like to get your hands dirty and you would like to play with all Power Automate, Microsoft 65, Power Virtual Agent, Power Apps, and if you don't have your personal environment, there's a really good program available from Microsoft called Microsoft 65 Developer Program, where all you have to do is go on this link and sign up for the developer program. Once you sign up, you get your get an email to activate your tenant, and you can get a personal Microsoft 65 subscription for free with E5 license, which where you will be a global admin and you can play with a lot of services like SharePoint Online, Teams, Outlook, Power Apps, Power Automate, Power Virtual Agent, and Power BI. Of course, you can sign up for 1 month trial as well. If you would like to get your hands dirty with Logic App and you would like to get access to personal Azure subscription, then the recommended ways to get is if you have access to MSDN, definitely take advantage of your MSDN credit, or you can sign up for free trial. Or if you or someone in your family is going to school, you can also take advantage of Azure for a student. So hopefully the content we covered today made you explore automated governance option. And if you don't have your personal dedicated developer environment, definitely check out Microsoft 65 developer program. So these are the things we covered today, and these are the references. So with that, we come to an end. Please let me know if you have any questions or comment. And these are my contact details. In case you have any follow-up questions after the conference, you can reach out to me on email. I'm also available on LinkedIn. With that, thank you very much for coming. Let me know if you have any questions or comments. If there are no questions, then thank you very much. Stay safe and stay healthy.
Thank you very much, Prashant.
Oh, thanks, David.
Okay, let's give a virtual round of applause to Prashant G. Boyer, who talked to us about implementing Microsoft Teams governance using Power Automate, Microsoft Flows, Microsoft Graph API. Thank you, Prashant.
Thank you, and have a wonderful rest of the day.
Okay, hi everyone. The next session starts at 1 p.m. Thanks for attending the event MS Cloud CDMX 2022.